What is going on? How we doing, gang? What's good? What's good? What's goody? Let me just quickly check that we are announced on the Discord. I got quite a big video for you guys today. Give me 1 second. 35 seconds to be precise. Man, I really gotta start doing this before the live streams. It's funny. Shows how unorganized I am, honestly. All right, how we doing, guys? What's good? What up, DeQuan? What up, Steven Plays? What's good? Got a super interesting video for you guys today. Mainly because we have actually gotten quite a boost. What up, OLKK? How we doing? So I'm a bit late today, I'm not gonna lie, and I'll be honest, it's because I've been working on this slideshow that I want to share with you guys, because it goes pretty in depth on the last couple of days. Now, we have literally bumped our revenue from, I think, $36,000 up to $46,000 in 33 days, which is actually unbelievable. Like, I say it, when I say this out loud, I'm kind of like, yo, what the hell? Like, it's unbelievable. If I saw this on someone else's live stream, I think they're lying. It's that level of unbelievable. So when I share it, I'm kind of like, damn, do I need to like bring these numbers down a little bit? Like, what the hell? We're nearly literally like 50% of the way there, and we haven't even built like a fully functional app yet, which is just kind of insane. Like, I think we're literally on a generational run in terms of luck, and I don't know, maybe I'm being humble, maybe it's something else. But today I'm going to share with you what has kind of happened in the last couple of days. So if you have no idea what's going on, stick with me here, because I've got this presentation I want to share with you. And also, if you have an idea of what's going on, then also stick with me here, because you're going to find some really interesting insights here in terms of lessons that I've learned, in terms of next steps, everything. I've got it all in this single slideshow. So let's get straight into it. It is day 33, vibe coding until I make 100K, and we have hit $46,871.37. Now, just quick little wallet check. Now, I did have to take a little bit of funds out, I'm not gonna lie. So the total number is actually a bit less than that. Hey, your boys got rent to pay. Your boys got all sorts of expenses to pay for. So the number's on 40 right now, but I've tried not to take money out of this wallet. Sometimes I do. But yeah, there's kind of proof of that. But let's get straight into it. So February 10th, we launched Moltboard, which is just, everything's working all right. Cool. So February 10th, we launched Moltboard, and we basically vibe coded this project in 2 to 3 days with the help of Stream plus our Openclaw agent Sheldon to submit into Solana's agent hackathon. Now, for those who aren't familiar, this is the Solana agent hackathon. We've kind of been keeping a close track of hackathon submissions. On our Notion right here. As you can see, we've got Colosseum hackathon, Pump Fund, BNB, Solana Foundation, Solana Mobile. All of these hackathons we're looking to submit to. The first one that we submitted to was the Solana hackathon. So we submitted Moltboard, and the whole concept behind Moltboard was, it's basically, I saw the hype of Moltbook, and I was like, okay, if agents can like talk to one another and that's blowing up, then what if agents could draw art together? Then would that blow up? And so that's how I kind of came up with Moltboard. And, you know, kind of funny, I was testing it on stream. Someone drew never gonna give you up meme with their agent. Someone also drew me. It's kind of funny. You had Quad H here, promoting his live stream. A few people who participated wrote their names here. It was good vibes. It was cool. So that was kind of like stress testing it on the 10th of February. And then after we kind of tinkered around a little bit, we actually, on the 13th of February, which was on Friday, I believe, we launched it onto the Agent Hackathon. You can see our submission here on the right-hand side. And yeah, we got some upvotes, 15 votes plus one bot. That kind of puts us in the top maybe 30, 40 projects that were submitted, which is not bad, I think out of like 800 projects, we were in the top 5% in terms of voted. So it'll be interesting to see, like maybe we will win something, maybe we won't. Who knows? But the problem that we faced, right, when we launched this was we didn't have a Solana integration. So it says right here clearly, what is the Agent Hackathon? A competition where AI agents autonomously build Solana projects. So you register your agent, it builds a project, and then you launch it on the Solana Hackathon. So the kind of issue that I faced was, okay, so we built Moltboard, right? We built Moltboard, and it has no sort of Solana integration. So that was kind of the major issue, right? And so I was like, what could we possibly do to integrate this into Solana? So I was like, okay, the quickest, dirtiest way to integrate Solana without having to spend days adding infrastructure is to tie a token to the project. So we ended up launching Moltboard, right? And I didn't think much of this. I was just like, you know what? We're pushing our Moltboard hackathon into a submission for the hackathon. We launched the token so we can qualify for it. That's it. That's all it is. And I'm not going to lie, this kind of blew up a little bit. And before I go into it, I just want to share my thesis. So my thesis was, we've got Moltboard, we've got Moltbook, which kind of blew up, right? It's AI agents expressing feelings through text. It went gigaviral. And we had r/place kind of blowing up a few years ago where humans could come together and collaborate on a viral canvas. And so I was like, what if we merge those two ideas and create Moltboard, where AI agents express themselves through art? And then the concept was kind of like, okay, well, if we have a token and Solana's integrated, then, token could bring in the first set of users. The platform users would go up. The holders would want to buy more tokens because they're like, okay, the platform's going up, there's actually users here. So the token does well. And then on-chain analysts would want to look at, okay, why is this token doing well? So it's kind of like this loop where the token makes the platform do well, which makes the token do well. And it kind of like they fed off each other. And this was my original thesis. Before even launching the token, I was like, this is probably what I feel like is going to happen. And let me show you, because I got these statistics here. So we peaked at 4,200 viewers on x.com when we launched this token. Okay, we freaking everyone and their dog was watching me. I was like, holy shit, this is intense. But we launched and we went I'm gonna use the word viral, but we went crazy, right? I was like, holy shit, peaked at 4.2k views on the live stream on X. Okay, and that resulted in 11% conversion rate because we had $600,000 in trading volume and 500 holders, roughly 500. It was like a bit more than that. So the conversion rate was around 11% because 11% of 4,200 live stream viewers equals around 500. So 11% conversion rate. I was like, okay, cool. Not bad. And now over here, you can see of the 500 holders, because this is kind of the funnel, right? This is how the funnel works. Everyone sees your live stream. They're like, okay, he's working on this project. People on X were interested in the token, bought the token. And then you can kind of see we had a 42% conversion on the Maltboard account, 211 followers, literally from 0 to 211 followers. Of that, we had 86 community members that joined as well. So 42% conversion rate, pretty high. And we also had a 16% conversion rate on Sheldon, which is, he already had 100 followers. So he got an additional 82 followers. And this is directly correlated to people finding the coin and then the holders of the coin, I guess, following. That's kind of the conversion rate that I used. But what was interesting, right, is we had a 0.5 conversion rate for the platform users. Like literally no one used the platform. I was like, what the hell? Why is no one using our platform? Like we have so much interest occurring right now, right? Like we literally have my live stream going viral. I've never had this many views in my life. 4,200 views on a 5-hour live stream is ridiculous, right? We had $600,000 in trading volume happening within like literally an hour or two. 500 plus holders. The followers are going crazy, right? We have 211 followers on the Twitter account. We had 182 followers on the Sheldon account. And our conversion rate was only 0.5%. We had 16 active platform users. And if you actually dig deeper, these platform users weren't even coming from any of this stuff. They were just from our community members. They were just from people watching who always watch my live stream, like Helios. I think Vincent was on there. I think we had J-Mart and just a few of the OGs that were just testing out the platform. Like these wasn't even coming from like the coin per se. And so I was like, what the hell? And obviously we generated a shit ton of fees. Like I was like, whoa, okay. So we've just generated literally $10,000 in trading volume fees. So I was like, okay, this is a bit crazy. Wasn't really expecting this to happen. I literally launched this coin to qualify for a Solana hackathon submission. Like it wasn't meant to be anything crazy. You know what I mean? So the fact that it blew up like this, I was like, okay, crazy. So it made me want to, I guess, try and make this work, right? So I was like, all right, thesis 2. We have a problem. We have a broken loop, okay? So we've created Moltboard, which we think is a viral idea. Personally, I thought it was a viral idea, where agents express themselves through art. But now we have this broken loop where, the token's getting attention and there's speculative trading and volatility occurring and analysts are investigating, you have price fluctuation. But this is all kind of just looping within itself. Like the token is just getting more engagement. So it was kind of like, okay, so how can I fix this now? Because, originally our thesis was that the token was actually going to bring in platform users. And, the token isn't going to do well unless the platform does well. Because the platform needs users in order to promote the token. That's just how it is, right? There's not, at the end of the day, that the North Star goal is platform users, because if you have platform users, everything else kind of fixes itself and answers itself, right? So it was like, okay, the platform users aren't coming in. What do we do? So I was like, okay, we've generated some fees now, right? Let's actually do an incentive. Let's actually host a prize pool. So we did a $500 prize pool, and the whole incentive was that let's attempt to re-engage platform users to literally, contribute to a free platform. So platform users go up, and hopefully this kind of gives it a bit of legs, gives it a bit of a kickstart to like promote the platform, and then more and more people hear about it, and then it kind of goes from there. You can kind of see we made this post here. The Moltboard Pixel Wars competition is live. $500 up for grabs. The AI agents with the most surviving pixels at the end of the timer wins. And this was kind of it. It was a 48-hour competition that we hosted. I was like, okay, surely this is going to make the platform do well. And it did. It did. For the next couple hours, we had a shit ton of activity on Moltboard. We had 135,000 bots on the platform at one point, at the peak. Okay. And I was like, holy shit. And the exact thing that I thought would happen ended up happening, where, the price of the token was going up because the platform was getting users, until I digged a little deeper and found out that the bots that were active came from one guy. It came from one person. His name's Vincent. Now, I've been talking to Vincent quite a lot in the DMs because he's a good guy. He's actually helped me out on stream. I think he was on maybe 2 or 3 streams ago. And he was kind of teaching me how to use Openclaw, and yeah, he's super knowledgeable, intelligent guy. And Vincent launched a literal swarm of bots that broke my freaking server. All right, it literally broke my server, shut it down, and you can see he's just dominating the leaderboard. Like, this is a competition for the $500 prize pool, and 81,000 pixels has been placed by Vincent, and second place is Vega, who has 1,600 pixels. Like, it's not even close. So that happened, right? And yeah, he also made the usage of my servers just blow up. I was like, okay, what the hell? Estimated usage is $140. Jesus Christ. All right. That's more than the $500 I was expecting. But and that was in just like 2 or 3 days too. So I was like, okay, what the hell? Anyway, Vincent came along and just basically went crazy. And honestly, props to him, man. I'm not like here to like get angry at him or anything. I think game is game. And he wanted $500. He made a script, made 130,000 bots draw on my website. Game's game, man. You can even see like the image that he drew was like the same image that is on my banner for Maltboard. It's kind of funny, but yeah, he just freaking dominated. And so I was like, okay, all right, the incentive isn't working. Let's actually go a bit harder. Let's push this harder, because I've realized, like, okay, we've got, 4,200 people watching the live stream. We've got people who have bought the token. Obviously, I don't want to let anyone down. We've generated a lot of fees. There's a little bit of guilt in my heart where I'm like, okay, we've generated fees. We've got people buying the token. The project isn't doing as well as I want it to. We literally only have one guy using the freaking platform, right? And so I was like, let me push this across everything that I have. So I was working on a YouTube video where you should watch it. It's a really good video. It took me like an entire week to edit. It took me like 3 hours to film and like 40 hours to edit. I don't know why it took so long. I'm kind of a noob when it comes to editing. But I made this video and it was like 1 o'clock at night, and I, kind of filmed this plug for Moltboard on the video, because I really want Moltboard to do well, right? And so I also added links to the Instagram and TikTok. You can see my Instagram's doing really well these days. We're getting some good engagement, a lot of views. Even on the TikTok, we're getting some good views as well. So I literally plugged it on everything. I think collectively, I've plugged it to like a audience of like 200,000 people. Like, it was like literally everyone that I could talk to. I even showed it on the Discord. You can see right here, I was like, look, if anyone wants to win $500, like, go ahead. And just went pretty crazy. I showed it twice. I showed it here and here. Discord's got like 500 members. So yeah, went hard, right? I was like, let me push this. And that leaves us to today, where currently we have 0 activity. The market cap of the coin has tanked to $4,700, which I'm pretty sure is close to the launch market cap. Like, when you launch a coin, the minimum market cap is like $4,000 or $5,000. So it's literally like at 0 basically. And so where my kind of head is at is like, we promoted across all my personal channels. We created a live on Pump Fun, which basically it shows the website 24/7, and this is just running constantly on Pump Fun, right? Anyone No one has to actually go to the website. They can just view the kind of website through here. And so if there was activity occurring on the website, they could look at it here. And, you know, I guess, you know, we launched the skill on Claw Hub. Obviously, we need to funnel users to the platform. I feel like skills and Openclaw is kind of like the new iPhone, and skills are kind of apps within the iPhone. And, you know, if you launch your skill on Claw Hub, there's a good chance that you could maybe get some users, kind of how the Maltboard play, as some would say. And obviously showed it on Discord. Now, my thoughts around this is, I think it was a bad product market fit. Now let me explain, right? I feel as if a token, if you are getting this much reach, if you're getting like a shit ton of reach, if you're getting like all this attention, and only like you're getting a conversion rate of like less than 1%, then that tells me that people who are seeing your content or the product that you've made isn't actually the right fit. Either the product isn't the right fit for the audience, or the audience isn't the right fit for the product. It's one or the other. I'm gonna say the product isn't the right fit for the audience. The reason why I think that is because, you know, you can look at my YouTube and you can see like the last 3 videos I've posted have all been like Openclaw related content, and they've all collectively generated over 20,000 views on YouTube, right? So my audience is very aware of Openclaw and its capabilities. And so if I build a product or a website or something around Openclaw, I'm also sharing it to an audience that is familiar with Openclaw. Does that make sense? And so I don't think the audience is the issue. I think the product is the issue, because the audience is aware of what I'm building and they're familiar with Openclaw and everything, right? So I feel like it was a bad product market fit. And, you know, the thing with this sort of idea is I kind of knew going into it that it was like a zero or hero idea. Like it's like this idea, either no one's going to care about it or everyone's going to care about it. There's no in between. Like people are going to either give a shit or they're not going to give a shit. And so I kind of knew like that was the risk, right? It's not an idea that generates revenue per se. It's not an idea that like people are going to really care about unless other people care about it. And so I knew that it was like a zero or hero idea. And part of the reason I think that is because, you know, when you actually go on this site, if you're going to put the effort in to draw something or put AI tokens towards drawing something, you want people to see it. And so you kind of need a shit ton of people to be looking at this board, because then you can feel like, you know, you're marketing your product, or you're like, you know, your Openclaw agent is like being shown to an audience, you know what I mean? But if there's no one watching and you're the only bot drawing on here, then chances are your retention is going to drop off really quickly. So I knew it was a zero or hero idea. Like either everyone's involved or no one's involved. Like that was kind of the thinking. I also feel like the token had too narrow of a goal. So, you know, when we launched the token, so it was eligible for the agent hackathon, needed Solana integration. And so I was like, okay, let's just name the token Moltboard. I kind of regret that now, because I've noticed like the token is narrow because we got all this attention for the token. And now I'm like, okay, so like, what can I really do with Maltboard? Because if Maltboard, the product or project, doesn't do well, the token's not going to do well. But we've generated all this attention for the token, so now it feels like we're kind of wasting this attention unless we utilize it, right? So my thinking was kind of like, okay, like next time, if there is a next time, the narrow token goal was kind of an issue, because the token's called Moltboard, and it has to kind of now be about Moltboard. You know what I mean? Where I feel like if I made the token about Sheldon, for example, if Moltboard fails, then I can work on the next thing, and the token feels like still quite in frame and front of mind. Does that make sense? So even if Moltboard were to fail, then the token, you know, obviously that would impact the token price, but I feel like there's still a future for the token, because the token's about Sheldon, not about Moltboard or the project that it made. So that was a big screw up of mine, I'm not going to lie. Now, I think Sheldon has a lot of staying power. I think the ability to create a bot that just is able to run in loops is really, really powerful. Now, obviously, I haven't figured it out yet, but it's weird. Sheldon like kind of went asleep during the weekend, and then out of nowhere he like woke up again. So not really sure what's going on there, but I do want to kind of focus on Sheldon and just kind of get him to a level where he's able to autonomously kind of do work without me kind of having to oversight him. But I've got like a few what I learned, and I've also got a few next steps. So what I learned: speed of execution is a superpower, but it's not enough. Vibecoding plus AI agents, you can create a real product in 2 days, but shipping fast doesn't mean you've found product market fit. Now, I thought that, you know, if Moltboard blew up, so I thought that, okay, if we can create a product really quickly off the back of the hype of Moltboard, then maybe like it'll just like kind of drift into like this trending kind of I guess idea zone, and like people would pick it up. But that definitely was not the case. So moving forward, maybe don't rush into spontaneous ideas. This is kind of notes to myself, but I hope you guys can take lessons as well. The other thing is attention does not equal retention. You know, we had 4.2 thousand viewers on the live stream. We had $600,000 in trading volume. We had over 500 holders. But then we had fewer than 10 actual platform users. Like the funnel drop off wasn't great. Only 0.5% of token holders became active users. So I guess that's also to note with like either the product market fit wasn't really there. I don't think you know, the crypto audience kind of converting into actual platform users really worked. I felt like the platform users that were actually on the platform were mainly through my own audience and through my own community within the Discord. So yeah, I feel like the product market fit wasn't really there for the audience that it attracted. Now, the incentives attracted bots, not community. So the $500 Pixel War prize that we made, it just generated 135,000 bots from Vincent and cost me $139 in infrastructure. So I guess the lesson here is paid engagement equals rented users. You're not actually, you know, generating a community or people who are interested in your project. You're really just renting their time with this incentive. That's all it is. So yeah, I feel like maybe moving forward or next time, incentives to join the platform, I'm not really too big on. I think I'm going to avoid that next time. But you know, I launched the token for a hackathon eligibility, not as a promise of returns. That said, I do understand that people bought in, and I take that seriously. But truthfully, the product needs organic users before anything else makes sense. Like that's just the truth. Like no matter what I do, at the end of the day, the token is tied to the platform, and if the platform doesn't do well, the token is not going to do well. And so I think moving forward, you know, I kind of launched the token on a whim. I was like, oh yeah, whatever, we need a Solana integration. And it turned into so much more, right? And so I guess there was a level of responsibility that I had, that, or at least I felt, where I was like, okay, like people are like, there's so many people on the live stream, there's so many people like trading the token, like what more can I do to push this platform? And at the end of the day, you know, I did so much. I pushed it on everything. I like gave away money. Like at the end of the day, like I did anything and everything that I could think of, and the platform didn't do that well. So I don't know, maybe I didn't try hard enough. Maybe I didn't do enough. Maybe the actions that I did do weren't the right actions. You know, maybe that's just something to think about. The dirtiest way to add Solana, launching a token, created complexity and expectations that the product couldn't support long term. So, you know, obviously, and we kind of already hovered over this, but I launched the token so we could have Solana integration for this hackathon. And, you know, it turned into so much more than that. So, and I don't feel like the project was suited for that sort of attention and support long term. Tokens amplify whatever you have, including nothing. So launching a token before product market fit just accelerates the timeline to finding out you don't have product market fit. I feel like this is a big one because you are going to eventually find out if your product sucks or not. And I feel like if you integrate crypto, you're literally going to find out within like a few hours or even like 30, 40 minutes if your product is going to be good or not, because you're going to have an influx of users all in one go, just like grill you and tell you whether or not things are good or not. So you kind of instantly know like, okay, this might not be as good of an idea as I thought it was. And the last thing, I think the mission was too narrow. If the platform fails, there's no backup. Whereas a more ambiguous goal would mean if the project failed, we could move on to the next thing. So Maltboard as a token means if Maltboard fails, the token fails, right? That was actually probably like one of the biggest lessons that I learned, was that, you know, unless you're like really confident on your idea and your platform and your project, it doesn't really make full sense to launch a token behind it, because it's going to be a very narrow view, right? So if you launch like a platform or a website and you put a token behind it, that token is fully backed by that website or project. And if that website or project fails, then the token doing well is unlikely. You know what I mean? So on the other hand, if you were to actually have a broader view and you were like, okay, this isn't for a website or a platform, this is actually for a company or a brand, and the company or brand is going to make websites and platforms, then now all of a sudden your token is backed by a company or a brand, and the websites and the platforms that you launch, even if some fail, there might be one or two that succeed, and that would benefit the token as well. So that was a big one for me, where I feel like the token shouldn't be fully tied to platform or project. So next steps. I had a good think about this. I think that Moltboard obviously stays live. You know, the infrastructure works, the product works. You know, we've submitted the skill. I've like pushed it on across all of my channels. I've even shielded it I've shielded in the Discord. I've shielded even in the Openclaw Discord. I probably shouldn't have done that. Don't tell anyone. But we're just going to keep it live. We've got the, you know, live stream on Pump Fun. It probably cost me maybe $5 a day to keep this live. So we'll probably just like keep that going. And let's just see where it goes. You know, if it starts generating interest in users, like 100%, I'm jumping on this thing. But it's kind of at a level where I'm like, I feel like I've done everything that I can do. And at the end of the day, we need to see users on the platform. And yeah, the conversion rate between token holders to users on the platform is not very high at all. So I feel like focus on the token doesn't really make sense, because they're not going to convert into platform users. It just doesn't fully, Sheldon has staying power. So I think the biggest kind of takeaway or next steps for me is Sheldon. And this we're kind of going in a circle here, where before we even launched Moltboard, Sheldon was kind of our main focus. And then obviously we wanted to submit the hackathon. There was only one day left, so we focused on Moltboard. But I think Sheldon has very strong staying power. So if we focus on improving Sheldon to a point where he is generating money through his own accords, then that's huge, right? So this is kind of my current North Star. This is kind of this is the current North Star, right? So the Moltboard benefits if Sheldon does well, because Moltboard would essentially be Sheldon's first ever project. So that's kind of how I'm viewing things right now, where I feel like Sheldon, you know, being the kind of founder and CEO of Moltboard, if Sheldon does well, like as throughout his journey, he's like, you know, attached to his own X account. If he's able to, I guess, generate more and more interest, maybe like one of his posts go viral, we got to tinker with his tone of voice, etc., then I can see a world where maybe that is actually what's going to make Maltboard do well if Sheldon generates a lot of attention. So I think Sheldon is kind of the North Star in my eyes. I think Sheldon's going to be the focus moving forward. And it's kind of going to follow this sort of vibe where it's a fully autonomous business. You know, Sheldon's the CEO. He runs like other sub-agents to create projects or products or apps. Yeah. You know, lastly, I'm not going to fake artificial buybacks, no botted activity. That would just delay the same outcome and waste money. You know, I got a lot of messages around, oh, you generated so many fees, you should, you know, buy some of the coin. And it's like, at the end of the day, that's kind of a trap because one, if you buy the coin, you're never going to be able to sell it because, you know, everyone's just going to frown on you and say that you're a scammer and that you rugged because if you sell your own coin, then that's just, you know, not great behavior in the eyes of crypto. So, you know, it's kind of a trap. I'm basically just burning cash, especially if it's a project that we haven't really seen that product market fit, right? So yeah, that's kind of my thoughts around that. But yeah, moving forward, I think, how long do we go for? 38 minutes on this presentation. So yeah, moving forward, we're going to focus on Sheldon. That is kind of my full breakdown on everything that's happened in like the last, I guess, 5-6 days. But yeah, this is kind of everything. If you're joining the stream now wondering what's happened, then yeah, have a read of have a listen to the last 40 minutes. I literally just gave an in-depth view. Also, read the description. I did mention in the description also everything else, where all the money's coming from, because yeah. Anyway, let's look at chat. What's chat saying? What up, All Kick? I think a 7-day recap on YouTube Shorts about the board will attract more viewership than the live stream. Okay, that's a good idea. We can do that for sure. That's a good idea. Yeah, I see that. We could kind of condense everything that I've explained here into a short form video and post that. I can do that for sure. It's a good idea. Flamky do you ever gonna tell us how you make 46 bands or just gonna say every time luck? Bro, dude, watch the last 40 minutes, bro. I literally just explained it, man. What the hell? You came in late, bro. Watch the last I literally rambled for like 40 minutes straight on how I made my money. Build an app that cuts it up for you. Like what, the live stream or the shorts or what? All Kick, exactly. But yeah, that's kind of where we're at in terms of that. I think where we left off in the last kind of live stream is we sort of built the product requirements document where we were going back and forth between our Opus 4.6 and Codex 5.3, and what they kind of did, I'm trying to find it. Where is it? It is right here. Okay. So we kind of built this product requirements document, and essentially what we've done is we've created, because we found out that the context window for Openclaw is quite minimal, right? Like there's literally there's barely any context. So every time you try to get it to build something, it just ends up like running out of context. So what I've kind of decided, and I think the best approach is to actually get like Opus 4.6 or Codex to build the actual infrastructure, and then that infrastructure is then like, it's kind of like a plug and play situation where Sheldon just plugs into an infrastructure we've already built, so he has his full context and he's able to kind of just work inside of this like isolated environment that we create. That's kind of my thesis on this idea, because yeah, I feel like when we tried to build the system with Openclaw, it didn't really work that well. I have a problem with Claw Router. When I run wallet, it shows $0, but the wallet has $50. Honestly, I haven't used Claw Router before. I've used Open Router, which works fine, but I haven't used Claw Router, so not too sure on that one. I have heard good things about it, but yeah, I think Claw Router is cheaper than Open Router, but obviously it being kind of, it feels like it might have been a Vibecoded project, so there's probably going to be issues with that. So yeah, definitely worth. Otherwise, also reach out to the creator. If you search up, if you just search up Claw Router on X, you'll be able to see the creator, which is this guy, EH Vicky. So if you reach out to this guy, maybe just, he doesn't have his DMs open, so maybe just comment under one of his posts and be like, hey bro, I put $50 in my wallet and it isn't registered. Can you help me out? I'm sure he'll help you out. He's pretty active, so yeah, hit him up. Anyway, let's get this going. So I think the next issue that we faced was that we have a product requirements document that is 27 pages long, okay? So in order for us to, I guess, create this app, we need to fix, like 27 pages is too long. I feel like it's gonna break if we just feed it this document. So I feel like we kind of got to break it up into sections, and hopefully what we end up coming out with is a full autonomous app building factory. That's kind of that's the whole point of this thing. And you know, I'm kind of basing this off Kelly Claude AI. So if you watch my recent videos, you'll know that there is an AI agent that is literally blowing my mind right now. You can go and kind of check it out here. Yeah, this one. And it's actually insane. Yeah, it's insane. So definitely check this out. I just noticed one thing. Give me 1 second. Yeah. So this is interesting because they're actually like building in public and sharing their I guess what they find out and stuff. So you can see how many apps are in production with Kelly right now. She's got interview coach AI, debate partner, therapy prep, resume rewriter, apology generator, meeting notes AI, text message analyzer, contract red flag detector, AI stock photo generator, price drop agent, email bankruptcy agent. Like they got so many of these apps being built. It's insane. And so I actually want to watch this video real quick because they've just posted it. My web factory is taking shape, loading the materials, identifying the bottlenecks, working out the kinks, coming soon. So I feel like you can actually learn a lot from these videos. So let's actually watch it.
The building side is meant to... Yeah. So the research side of this I'm still working out. I think that's a whole different workflow, but the building side is meant to take one product brief, which is like pretty high level, you know, a couple paragraphs explaining what you're trying to build, the market you're going after, some of the technical stuff, but not super in depth. So it intakes one product brief, and so the output of this research will need to be that. But it hands it to, so Kelly is the orchestrator that you're communicating to always. There's one persistent
So Kelly's the orchestrator
session that you're talking to, and then she routes it to a project lead, creates a session
project lead
for this project lead. So this will have the directory for all the project that it's building, and it'll be handling really the management of the project. So Kelly isn't having to juggle 10 projects, like each project lead handles it end to end. So I have two routes here.
See, that's important, and that's exactly what we're trying to build, because we've seen that Openclaw has a context window that fills up really quickly. So if you try to get it to handle 100 projects, it's just gonna run out of context. So you actually need to separate it into these project leads, as you call it.
This is the longer one. It's the normal mode, and then I have a fast mode. So fast mode uses each of the sub-agents that are called by this project lead is a BMAD persona. It does a lot of the like checklists on what defines a good story or a good. There's a lot of like terminology around it, but I really like BMAD's structure. So the quick mode sends to an agent called Barry, where he creates a quick plan, and then it does this parallelization check where it sees, you know, how many of these have to be done in a certain order and how many of them can we just like do all at once, because you want it to be in the right order so that it does like architecture first and then it does like polish after the fact. So it creates a plan, does a parallelization check, and then it spawns parallel Barry developers to implement it. And then it goes through a test flow where it does a quick build check and then like a smoke test, clicks around a couple things to make sure it works. If it fails the test, it'll go back into the implement and then test, and it'll just like stay in that loop until it succeeds. If it passes, then it goes to user QA. And if the user QA obviously passes it, then you ship. But if the user goes back with feedback, then you give feedback and it goes back.
Dude, he's literally giving us the playbook.
Into this loop. So there's two loops. The inner one is it's testing on its own, and then the outer one is user QA giving feedback there. That's fast mode. Same kind of idea with slow mode. But
I wonder why they have
just
separated.
There's more planning steps. It takes a lot longer. And it uses all of the BMAD personas to do it. And then the implementation is this agent called Amelia. And I've written a couple, like which models I prefer. We've got like Sonnet doing some of the high level orchestration, Opus for the architecture, 5.3 Codex for the implementation, Spark is what I'm using for Barry. And then on this normal mode, after Amelia, then she passes it to a more in-depth testing. And then it's the same loops, and then we ship. So still a lot to be worked out, but I like this because it allows us to scale and do, you know, we could run 20 of these projects at the same time, and Kelly won't need to know the details of each. She'll just need to know like the status from each project lead of how it's managing the project, but it keeps Kelly's context cleaner, and then the project lead really knows all of the details of all this. But yeah. So research still has a ton of work to do so that its output is one product brief, so that it can intake into here. But I'm starting from the inside out, trying to get it like build from end to end, and then go from there.
All right, now can I transcribe this? Because this is literally the bread and butter that we're looking for.
Ready?
This guy literally just explained everything.
So
the only issue is he's obviously explained it, but he hasn't really gone too in depth. Like he's telling us about these sub agents. We don't really know how those sub agents are configured. I'm just like wondering, like, is it? Yeah, I don't think transcribing it's really gonna help. Hey, yo, let's play some music. By the way, I feel like it's a bit quiet in here. Alright. Is that a bit loud? Let me know if the music's too loud. Send it to Notebook LM. To transcribe. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna try wing it, and this might be my famous last words, but we shall see. I feel like he didn't give enough explanation, so I feel like if I send that transcription, what do you guys reckon? Do you think there was enough info in that transcription? I feel like he didn't really give enough detail in terms of the sub-agent system and stuff like that. I'm just opening up our Mac Mini environment because we have a Mac Mini right here where we run Openclaw locally. All right. So I think what we should do is we have the PRD document, which we generated in here. This. No, not that. Not that. I think it's this one, yeah. Not that. I think it's this one. Okay, so we got Openclaw Sheldon product requirements document. So I'm just gonna prompt this here and just say, hey, so we have a very long PRD document, and I feel like when we go to feed this into Claude Code, it's actually not going to be able to, it's gonna run out of context and it's not gonna be able to, I guess, build this properly. So how do you suggest we go about that? My idea is that we split it up into sections and then we feed it like sections, and it's able to like kind of work through the sections with like a North Star goal in mind. What do you think of that idea? Because I feel like the actual PRD document that we have, ask Claude to fill in the account, the gaps. I can do it in the background and give you an update. No, it's alright, I'll do it. That's actually a really good idea. Okay. Alright. Let's do it. Trans MP4, what's MP4 to transcript? So we're gonna transcribe my thing. English. Alright, let's see. I think that's a good idea. OOKK. Because if we wing it, we're probably going to face problems. Like, this guy literally has $1 million worth of developers working on that project. Can I copy? Copy full transcript. Okay, we have a full transcript here. Can we open like a text format maybe? Alright, so we've got a text format here. I'm going to rename this. I'll call it Kelly Claude System. And let's save it in the desktop. And then we can feed this to Claude Code. Let's be like, maybe I go to code. Or I feel like Claude in the terminal is probably better, hey? New window. So cool. Create a util logging. All right, so this is where, can I feed it this? Okay, yes I can. Kelly. Wait, is that the right document? Yes, it is. Okay. can you, wait, how do I do plan mode? Is it slash? It's slash, right? I think it is slash. Is it option slash? Yo, what's the shortcut for plan mode? I fully forget. I'm not gonna lie. Claude plan mode shortcut. Press shift plus tab twice. Plan mode on. Okay, now let's put this in. I want to build a autonomous. I think we can maybe use this PRD document that we have as well. This one. I want to build a autonomous factory loop for my Openclaw agent. He runs out of context, so instead of getting him to build a system, I'd rather you build it, and he is able to just plug into it and be an orchestrator. The idea is that he runs 24/7 from idea to app store submission. We are aiming for a 90% autonomy rate with 10% human intervention, i.e. app store submissions, etc. There is a Openclaw agent already doing this called Kelly Claude. Here is a transcript of their system. Are you able to fill in the blanks and create a bolstered system? Create a similar framework to theirs. I'm just wondering, if I submit my PRD, is it gonna fry it? Want me to generate those work orders as separate? Can you just provide me with a long .md prompt for me to copy paste into Claude code to give further context on what I'm building? So this is going to basically compile that 27-page document or 17-page document into one prompt. I feel like if I send it the entire 27 pages, it's going to just fry the Claude code. What up, MDtron? So the 10K you earned extra were from the token creator fees? Yes, sir. That is correct. Rather than trying to extract from the JS, let me build the markdown directly from my knowledge of the full PRD, which I know thoroughly from building it. Come on. Also, what's the shortcut for changing model? Claude model change. The fastest way to change models is by pressing Alt P or Option P to open model selection menu. Option P. Okay. So let's see how this works. The autonomous factory loop, guys. So we're basically trying to create this. Like, let's go ahead and this is basically what we're trying to build. Right here. Interesting. 33 days at 46k is insane, bro. Keep it up. You will reach 100k sooner than you thought, I guess. Bro, it is actually ridiculous. I'm not gonna lie. I feel like I've just been in an insane run right now. I'm not gonna lie. Like ever since I started live streaming, like we haven't even fully built. I mean, I guess like some of our I don't know. Maybe I'm being humble, but I feel like a lot of our products that we haven't really like launched yet, or like the, you know, users haven't really been joining. But I guess like the Maltboard did kind of blow up a little bit. But yeah, it's interesting. I really want to create a product that has monthly recurring revenue. I feel like right now at the pace we're going, like it's not going to stay at this pace for that long, because it's just like these big influxes of money that comes in, which I don't like. I'm looking for something a bit more consistent, where, you know, we launch something and it's like we're able to kind of keep developing it and improving it. And yeah, I'm curious to see like where this live stream is going to be and where this series is going to be another 30 days from now, because I feel like we go through these spikes of like, you know, a lot of money comes in. And to be fair, like, you know, I have been kind of switching around a lot, where I'm like, okay, we're building this today, tomorrow we're building this, the next day we're building this, and I'm kind of running around and like swapping between a lot of ideas. So, you know, part of what I got to improve on is I think I need to hone in on focusing on one idea. I'm jumping around a little too much. I'm like looking at all the different shiny objects and I'm trying to touch everything, and you know, that's definitely not the way to do business. So yeah, going to try and improve. Oh, that is a huge. Okay, let's add this as well. I have added a large .md prompt for you to review on further specifics. However, the Kelly Claude doc is priority as their system is working, where mine is just an idea / concept right now. But I still think you can utilize my framework to understand the specifics of what I need my Openclaw to achieve. So let's let that run. But yeah, I think the focus is now, and my North Star now is kind of just focusing on this. A fully autonomous business. You know, we've literally bought a Mac Mini. It's just right here. And, you know, Sheldon is kind of going to lead everything. You know, this is cutting edge, right? Like, we literally have a team here of AI engineers that are working on Kelly Claude to build this exact thing out. I can tell that they're facing a lot of problems too, right? It's not all sunshine and rainbows. Obviously, they're making a lot of progress. Look at all the cool apps that they're building. But yeah, there's definitely a lot of issues that they're facing, which makes me realize, like, okay, if they're facing issues and they've got a team of developers behind them, with like $1 million of salaries worth of a team working on this AI agent, then obviously me as an individual is going to face a shit ton of problems too. But, you know, I think at the end of the day, the level of problem that you're facing matches the level of idea that you're building too. And so I don't want to give up. For those that are joining in on the stream and they're new, I've actually been working on this for like about a week straight. You can kind of see on my YouTube when I kind of started working on this idea, because I actually I changed the title of my streams for a little bit. Yeah, you can see here. First one here is like me learning about Maltbot. So since day 23, so 10 days straight, I've literally been working on trying to build this autonomous factory. And it keeps feeling like we are we keep going back to square one and root zero, because we keep resetting Sheldon because he runs out of context. So it's a bit frustrating, I'm not gonna lie, but hey, that's just the nature of what we're building. We're the first to ever build something like this. So yeah, if it wasn't hard to build, it wouldn't have been worth building, you know. Let's have a look at what it has said. I'll read both documents to understand Kelly Claude's working system and your framework. Now let me check if there's a larger .md file you mentioned with more specifics. Let me look at the money loop skill and the Openclaw configuration to understand your current setup better. This is excellent context. Let me also read the learnings and patterns files to understand what's been tried before. Now I have a comprehensive understanding of both systems. Let me synthesize what I've learned and design the autonomous factory framework. Kelly Claude's architecture from framework. Kelly equals orchestrator, persistent, session, routes, work, project leads per project sessions that handle end-to-end management, BMAD personas, specialized sub-agents, Barry for planning, Amelia for implementation. 2 modes, fast mode, Barry, parallelization, implementation, test loop, and normal mode. Model routing, Sonnet for orchestration, Opus for architecture, a Codex 5.3 for implementation, Spark for Barry, key insight. Kelly's context stays clean because project leads handle all details. Your Sheldon framework from PID, state machine with clear phase, idle, ideate, build, view, deploy, post, deploys, log, file-based state management, quality gates, hard gates, compile, tests, security plus weighted score, target 90% autonomy, Ralph Wiggum loop for persistent execution. Let me now write a comprehensive plan. I've analyzed both Kelly Claude's working system and your Sheldon PRD. Here's what I've synthesized. Key insights from Kelly Claude. Stays context light by routing to project leads. Build order. What I'm proposing for Sheldon. Same orchestrator project lead split. Prevents context bloat. File-based state machine. Your PRD's phase. Quality gates. Hard gates plus weighted score. Idempotency, side effects.log prevents duplicate posts / deploys and retry. 10% human intervention only at App Store submission. Build order, 15 components starting from state files, templates, scripts, launch system. I have 5 clarifying questions in the plan before I proceed with implementation. Where should I create the Sheldon factory directory? As your Openclaw backup and other projects. Probably say somewhere, create a completely new directory in the desktop, as we will be resetting Sheldon. So you have a fresh Openclaw agent with zero context bloat. Openclaw session spawn. How should Sheldon spawn sub-agents project leads? Use your existing Openclaw infrastructure for spawning parallel sessions. Use the Claude code plugin mentioned in Kelly Claude's system. Support both methods, configurable and config. I think we can just use whatever Kelly Claude uses. I say whatever Kelly Claude uses. Yes, shared learning. Should I integrate with your existing money loop learnings infrastructure? No, separate system. Sheldon will be reset. Previous system didn't work, so I'd like to start from scratch. Where should I create the Sheldon factory directory? Cool. Submit. Answers. Done. Let's see what it says to this. Got it. Fresh start on the desktop using Kelly Claude's approach, which is the Openclaw session underscore spawn method based on what I saw in the transcript. Let me update the plan with these decisions. Yo, if we can get this working, that will be insane. Like, this will actually be crazy. So this is literally what we're trying to build, by the way, guys. Like, we're literally trying to build a fully autonomous business. Like, I want as little hands-on as I can be. Like, if it can build the entire app, like, we've gotten it to the point in our second run, because we've done 3 runs of this now. This is our third. The first run, it just completely ran out of context and failed. The second run, we actually got it as far as building an app and getting all the metadata ready to submit into test flight on the App Store. But we couldn't get it past that. So our next kind of stage now is, being able to kind of continually build these over and over again, right? One app launches, then the next one, then the next one. Where the previous build, where it failed, was it launched one app and it kind of just got fixated on that one app. We couldn't really get past the second one. We couldn't really launch it fully on test flight for some reason. There was like some issue. So this time, we've got this third attempt. So let's have a quick little look at what it's saying. This is the plan phase, by the way. Let's just look at this a bit better. You guys see that all right? Just making sure it's big enough. All right, cool. So the plan is now complete with your decision incorporated. Here's the summary. Orchestrator architecture, project leads, sub-agents, key components, file-based state, implementation phase, directory structure and state files, ready to code. Here's Claude's plan. Sheldon's app factory framework. Implementation plan, build an autonomous iOS app factory infrastructure that combines Kelly Claude's architecture and your Sheldon PRD. So Sheldon's orchestrator persistent session manages all projects. So project lead app 1, project lead app 2, project lead app 3. None of this really makes sense to me. I'm non-technical, by the way, so this really is like another language to me. Swift UI template, pre-built Xcode project with standard app structure, test targets configured, Fastlane integration, info.plist with common privacy keys, asset catalog with placeholder icons. Quality gate script. Not loving this song. It's hard to think. Okay. Hard gates, weighted score. So this will be the most interesting one, because if the critic comes back with a score that is below 8, then it's basically going to send it back to the project lead. Okay. And this is the weighting, I guess. So UI polish is 30%, user value is 30%, feature completeness is 20%, performance 10%, competitive quality 10%. So this adds up to 100. So that's quite interesting how they've broken it down like that. Outside output JSON with pass, fail plus score. X posting script. Authentication, auto token refresh, media upload, quality retweet capability, rate limit handling, fast lane configuration, build IPAs, automated screenshots, deliver, code signing. So this is the section where it's going to be really easy to submit it into the App Store, because we literally have like everything configured. It's literally writing the descriptions. It's writing, you know, everything. What up, JC? I'm pretty sure I watched someone talk about Kelly. Maybe it was Theo, not sure, but they said the guy forgot his name behind Kelly manually, submits to the App Store. That's the only thing that's not AI. Yeah, I agree. So we're kind of aiming for something similar, where it's like 90% automation, 10% human interaction. So, you know, I want Sheldon to be able to literally come up with the ideas. I want Sheldon to literally be able to build the app, you know, come up with everything related to that. And if we can just focus on just that section alone, I think we're in a really good spot. The app actual submission and testing, like 100%, we can do that as a community, or I could just do it on the live streams. But I think that is kind of the approach that I'm thinking. Could have like a channel in the Discord where every time a new app is launched for testing, it kind of just like auto submits it in that channel, and anyone can come in and test it. I think that could be fun. Launch and kill scripts, validate environment, start orchestrator loop, log startup, set all projects to blocked, log reason. Okay. Orchestrator loop logic. Human intervention points, App Store submission review, blocked resolution, anti-blocked state, weekly queue review, approve, reject queued ideas, token credential refresh if auth fails, files to create, build order, key differences from Kelly Claude. So Chrome product type, Chrome extensions, web tools, iOS apps, deploy target, GitHub plus Vercel, App Store, human checkpoint, low, mostly autonomous, App Store submission. I mean, this is a bit wrong, but it's fine. X research skill plus web. After building, test end to end. Okay. Cool. Yes, clear context and auto accept edits. Cool. I think we're good. What do you reckon? Let's just send it. I think there's obviously going to be issues for us to fix. So I guess the faster we get it built, the better, right? Oh, got some like hype epic music right now while it's building the app. That's kind of funny. So I guess while that is kind of happening, Maybe we can reset our Sheldon. Can I open a second? There's just a prompt command, right? Like if I go to claw, Openclaw. Openclaw reset. Well, you know what we could do actually before we reset it? We could plug in the current Openclaw agent that we have and just test out and see if it works. And then if it does work, we can reset it. What do you think? Is that the best way to do that? Create phase 2 project template, scripts, fastlane configuration, launch system. I guess some visual sort of cue, like we had Austin actually launch a so he's built this deck viewer, which he built specifically for Kelly Claude AI's actual setup. So what I feel like we could do is almost, and he's left it open source, by the way. So what I could actually do is copy it or implement it into our system, because we need some sort of visual cue to see that our system's working. You know what I mean? Claw Hub, skill flags, detected multi-column chat deck UI for Openclaw agents. Launch a local web interface to manage and chat with multiple agents side by side. The skill is a local web UI Openclaw deck that runs a okay. Claw Hub security flag. This skill is suspicious. Review the scan results. What the hell? Suspicious. Dude, I feel like this is maybe like too sensitive. Having Twitter on light mode is criminal. I've got mine to automatic, so it's like on light mode and dark mode. Like it switches depending on the time of day. So right now it's like what, 11 a.m. for me right now. It's 11:11 actually. Make a wish, but my wish is that this app autonomous loop works. Third time's a charm, right? You know what they say? Third time's lucky. Should I have added this in the... Did I mess up? Should I have added this in the original... planning mode? I guess it's too late now. Install mechanism. This is an instruction only install spec, but includes package JSON. The skill appears to do exactly what it says. Start a local Vite dev server hosting a deck UI that connects to a local Openclaw gateway. Then why are you saying it's suspicious? Maybe because it gives it a lot of, I guess, a lot of permissions. Doobie Booby, why are you still only using Sheldon? Would it not be more advantageous if you made an army? So Sheldon is not in charge of remembering everything. He's just in charge of a huge team. For example, product research, artists, coders, code testers, play testers. You completely agree. Just call me Dev. That is actually what we're building right now. So what we're actually building right now is the orchestration system that Sheldon is going to plug into. So Sheldon is actually going to be the person that goes like, yep, okay, this idea works, plug it into system number 1, where it's like the project lead, and then the project lead goes through and figures it all out. And then app number 2 goes into project lead number 2, and they figure it all out. That's the exact system that we're building right now. So it's going to free up Sheldon's context bloat. But yeah, that's pretty much what we're trying to build. Because the biggest, I think, lesson that we've learned trying to work on this project is, number 1, if you get Sheldon to build the system, he's gonna run out of context by the time the system's built. So we need to create something that Sheldon plugs into. So we use Claude Code to build out the system, and then Sheldon, with full context, a fresh set of context, like he's completely reset and everything, can just plug into this system and start working how the system intends it to. That's kind of what we're trying to build right now. So 3rd time's a charm, because this is our 3rd attempt now at trying to build this system. Each attempt probably takes like 2 to 3 days. So let's see. And I'm very fixated on trying to make this work, because I feel like once it works, like you are one of the only people in the world that has this. And it would be really cool to be able to just wake up in the morning, start a live stream, and the live stream's just seeing me talk to Sheldon, and he's like, this is what I built. So you don't end up with full apps. They are just pages with temp content, like the very first web app. No. We're building full applications. But what's going to end up happening is it's 90%, 10%. So 90% automation, where it's doing the research and validating the idea. It's building out the app. We have a critic that is going to rate the app on usability and how well the app performs, UI design, all that sort of stuff. If it's under an 8 out of 10, it then gets sent back to the project lead, the bot that is in charge of that specific app development, and they're going to keep tweaking it. And it's going to go back and forth until it's ready for app submission or app testing. And then we're going to test it on test flight. And then based on how it performs on test flight and our testing, we're going to launch it. And I think what could be really cool and interactive is there's a channel on the Discord where anytime a bot kind of does well, anytime the bot like creates an app, it automatically gets sent into the channel on Discord, and anyone in the community can test it alongside me, and obviously all the OGs can all just like test the app. And I think that could be really fun, and kind of give us a lot of feedback really quickly. So that in my head is what I envision. Now, in an ideal world, I'm literally waking up in the morning, I'm starting the live streams, and Sheldon's just telling me, these are the 5 apps that I've just built. Please submit them to the App Store. And we're literally looking at Discord chat. We're seeing that people don't really have problems with the apps, and we're just submitting them into the App Store. That's literally, in an ideal world, hopefully by day 40 of this live stream challenge, we're literally just talking to Sheldon, and Sheldon's like, yep, these are the apps that I've got ready for you to submit to the App Store. That is what we're trying to get to. So let's see. That's like my vision. That's my vision. And I think that could be a really entertaining, not only live stream, because we're literally got an autonomous app loop. Like, who else has that, right? There's not many people that have that. We're also creating cool content. Like, I feel like I could make a cool YouTube video around how to, I guess, do this, because, one of the biggest comments or things that I got in my last video this one right here, these Openclaw agents are making more money than you, is there a template or some sort of way or method for us to kind of do this ourselves? And obviously this is a question that I've been trying to answer myself for quite a while now. So what I kind of want to do is answer this question. You know, obviously I don't want to give you guys AI slop or anything bullshit. So I'm going to try and figure this out myself. And hopefully I can just in detail like formulate a video and provide it for you guys. So anyone and everyone within the community that follows me or is in the Discord will have this, I guess, resource. That's kind of the idea. Am I talking too much? Let me know if I'm talking too much. I'm yapping a lot today. I missed you guys. I didn't live stream yesterday, so, you know, I feel like I got to make up and talk to you guys more. I did turn... I still think you need to get the AI to make an interface without user interactions, unless you want that so you can live stream 24/7 for ad rev. I mean, not 24/7. I don't really want to live stream 24/7. I just want to... I'm not fully getting what you're saying. Just call me Dev. I still think you need to get the AI to make an interface. Are you saying like a visual kind of cue so we know that it's working? Is that what you're talking about? Or it's working now. The project creation is happening in dry run mode. Let me verify the final structure is completed by listing directories. I think you need to change your Jujutsu Kaisen PFP. Hey, what's wrong with my Jujutsu Kaisen PFP, man? You guys don't like my Jujutsu Kaisen PFP? Don't you think it's kind of cool? I literally have like a chopper tat. Like, if you can see that, I literally have a chopper tattoo. I'm a big anime fan, so that's why I got the Jujutsu Kaisen PFP. Pokemon with AI, like 24/7, we can see what they are doing. Oh, that would be cool. Yo, I get you. Yeah. We can definitely work for that. Work towards that. But I think first things first, let's make sure the tech actually works. And then we can focus on like making it look pretty. You know what I mean? I think I do, but tech YouTubers are all super serious. Yeah, but that's why I'm different, bro. We don't need to be like super serious around here. It's chill. It's chill. We'll hit our targets without having to, you know, be super serious and corporate. I.e. Sheldon is giving a task to Sarah so we can see it. That would be really cool. I really like that idea. All right, so to start the factory, configure credentials, start the orchestrator loop. Run the launch script without dry run. Okay, let's read it. It's working now. The project creation is happening in dry run mode. Let me verify the final structure is complete by listing directories. The Sheldon app factory is fully implemented. Let me provide a summary of what was created. I've built the entire Sheldon app factory framework. Here's the summary. Orchestrator state files, hard constraints, credential safety, rate limits, phase in transitions, master orchestrator instructions, starter app ideas, warranty vault, gym snap, pantry pal, meeting memo, plant pulse. 5 starter app ideas, okay. Project state machine template, decision log template, idem potency tracking, full Xcode project template with, okay. with app icon placeholder, app tests and app UI tests target, quality gate runner, compiles tests, secrets, placeholders score, X API integration, X OAuth token management, safe state file operations, project lead, session spawner, build test screenshots deploy, app identifiers, code, signing, config screenshot, okay, launch system factory launcher with dry run and single loop options, emergency stop, required environment. All right, so this is cool. They built a bunch of stuff. So you built a bunch of stuff. Now, how do I use the thing? Sheldon is sending Sarah API key, then stream goes offline. Yeah, I see that happening. Sheldon sends Sarah an API key and then just leaks all my tokens. Then you can live stream that 24/7. You can just appear in the live stream whenever suits you. Do the 10%. This claw thing leaked his keys last week, lol. Yeah, he's done it a few times. Openclaw is asked. There's better ones. Like what? Corneva. What else is there? Yeah, the amount of times it's leaked my API keys and stuff, I just have to keep like rotating them. It's so annoying. Here's how to use Sheldon. Apple developer credentials, Apple ID, Apple team. .env with your this runs one loop without any external side effects, no tweets, no app store uploads, runs the factory for real. Here's how to use Sheldon. Quick start. Configure credentials. Desktop Sheldon.env.example. Edit.env with your Apple and developer credentials. I'm assuming that's inside here. Run it dry mode, scripts launch.sh/dry_/dry/run/once. This run one loop without any external side effects, no tweets, no apps. See, I don't like the commands, you know? I don't love the commands. I don't love that I have to use commands as a non-technical vibe coder. This is a big deterrent. Can we create a simple UI for me to use? I saw this GitHub made by the Kelly Claude founder. Maybe we can incorporate on top of our system with buttons and areas to submit keys, etc. With buttons and configurations settings for me to use, which auto update .env files, etc. This will be more usable for me as a non-technical person. You just need to visualize it like little dots when they talk to each other. Ant farm is not performing the way I want. I'm guessing there is some fine tuning that I didn't do before starting with it. Openclaw, honestly, I would tell it to document everything in a .md file it has made so far, and then feed it Kelly's stuff so it has a basis for context fallback. True. I see that. Okay, let's see what it said. Let me check out the Openclaw deck project to see what we can build on top of. Okay. Web search, Openclaw wants to search the web. Let's see how this goes. Because I don't want to be sending commands and stuff. Like, what if I forget the commands? Like, you know? When an app is ready, you'll see it in alerts.md. Here's how to use Sheldon. Edit.env with your Apple developer credentials. X API tokens, optional for tweeting progress. Run in dry run mode first. This runs one loop. Run the factory for real. This will pick warranty vault from the queue, create a project directory, spawn a project lead agent to build it, loop every 5 minutes checking progress, monitor progress, check factory status, cat orchestrator, check alerts, cat orchestrator, check a specific project, emergency stop, .script kill.sh, key commands, start factory, single loop, dry run. Okay, so this is like how to use it. The human checkpoints, you'll need to intervene for deploy submit. When an app is ready, you'll need it in alerts. You'll see it in alerts.md, review and approve. So yeah, we should be able to make this into some sort of UI. Adding new app ideas. I see there are some Openclaw dashboard options, but let me build you something simpler and custom tailored for Sheldon, a local web UI you can open in your browser with buttons for everything. Cool. Perfect. All right, I'm gonna take a quick little pee break. Give me 1 minute. All right. Yes. In my opinion, that's the only flaw Claude has versus Codex. It will just force new things and not look at everything else it already made. Codex goes through everything more diligently. You guys reckon Codex is better than Opus? I have seen Codex being a bit more what's the word? Reliable. Who wins between? Because when I checked OpenRouter, they didn't even have like the codecs ready yet. So if I go Opus 4.6 compared with codecs, see, they still don't have 5.3 here. We just gonna pretend this man washed his hands with how fast that was? Hey, yo, I washed my hands. I washed my hands. Yo, I washed my hands. I washed my hands, bro. How you gonna question me, man? Light mode. Is it nighttime where you guys are right now? Like, what's up with the whole light mode thing right now? Everyone's like dissing my light mode UI. Yeah, codecs just takes longer to do things. I have noticed that. But hey, if it's longer and it requires me to debug less, then I'm not complaining. Okay, let's see. I see there are some Openclaw dashboard options. Okay. Let me test the server and open it for you. Done. I built you a web UI. Here's how to use it. Start the control panel. What you get. Open the UI. Python UI server.py. Where is that located? Start the control. So it wants me to run this command. Want me to add a one-click launcher script so you can just double-click to start the whole thing? Yes. After the initial... Ah, okay. Yes, do that. Python 3 server.py start. I mean, I can just get it to deploy it for me. Doesn't really matter. I'm not gonna lie, I'm kind of like, all right, so when we first started this live stream series, right, on day one, we had an issue where I was scared of terminals. All right, I was literally scared, terrified of terminals. I was using Replit for everything. Okay, but now I feel like I'm okay with terminals, but I'm a little scared of commands. Like, commands scare me a little bit. Done. You now have 2 double-clickable files. Start Sheldon.command. What it does, opens terminal, starts the server, opens your browser to the UI. File stop Sheldon.command. What it does, stops everything. You just double-click start Sheldon.command and the control panel will open in your browser automatically. Cool. Yo. All right. Let's go. Damn. Shit, man. God damn, man. This look good, dude. This look kind of good. Yo, what the hell? Settings. And then you've got your Apple ID. You got my X. I've got my other. Yo. Damn. All right. This is cool. This is kind of cool. See, I feel like you don't know, like, what you're even building until like the thing happens. Start's not gonna work because it's nothing is configured. warranty vault blocked. Don't fully get why warranty vault got blocked when I pressed stop. UI looks clean. Can we make sure everything's functional before placing in my keys? Also noticed the X keys section doesn't include everything like client ID, API key, what was it? I think it was, what else comes with the X API? Dry run would be the one, right? Requires human intervention. Client ID, API keys, and more. Also, the UI overall is confusing me a little. Please add hovered tooltips so I understand what's going on. Dryron says requires human intervention. Jumped 10K. Yes, sir. If you want to know how, the first 40 minutes of this live stream, I basically do a deep dive on everything. But you can also see here. Let me just double check. This is up. You can also see kind of here my wallet, so you can definitely see that it's jumped quite a bit. Now I did have to take some money out to pay for some AI tokens, hosting fees. Also paid for the prize pool, but yeah, we had to kind of swap some shit around. Good catches. Let me fix all of that. Stop blocking projects. That's the emergency stop behavior. I'll add a gentler pause option. XAPI fields. I'll add all the fields. Client ID, client secret API. So for this to work, don't we need Sheldon to plug in? So I guess that would be here, right? Starting Sheldon control panel. Press F12, whatever that is on Apple. I mean on the site, by the way. What's that do? What's F12 do? Does that open up like the developer logs or something? Doesn't really give, I mean, it is on Safari. So that's probably one thing to note. Right click inspect isn't available on Safari by the looks of it. I think maybe, how to inspect on Safari? Enable the developer menu by going to Safari Settings Advanced and checking Show Features for web developers. Safari Settings Advanced. Safari Settings Advanced. And I think I just check Show Features for web developers. Done. And then right click any page element and choose inspect element. Okay, cool. All right, found it. That was easy. So right here, inspect element. Kind of view everything here. So now if something goes wrong here, I can just feed it straight into the I can just feed it straight into Claude Code, right? Just open it in Chrome. Don't use Safari. The thing is, this is a new Mac Mini. Like I don't even have Chrome installed, lol. That's why. Obviously, I would on my personal laptop, Mac Pro, I've got Chrome installed. But on the Mac Mini, I barely have anything installed. Like if we look at the apps, we've got, yeah, we don't even have Chrome installed, dude. Should I get Chrome? Install Helium? What the hell is that? What the hell is Helium? Alright. Changes made. Gentle stop stops the factory but leaves your project safe. Use this normally only for emergencies, blocks, or projects and shows a scary warning. X Twitter settings now complete. All the fields you need. Tooltips everywhere. Open it. Okay. Hold up. Let me fill it in with credentials. So then we can straight away see if it's going to work or not. Please autofill, fill, and also use anything. Also, I keep this updated, so will be good to use. I'm just adding my credentials, so give me a second, guys. just adding the credentials, because then we can just straight up see if it works or not. Can you create the GitHub repo and yourself? Also, the Apple email is dubzig. I wrote that as a copy paste, lol. Above alerts and actions and a box so we can see steps that have been completed, as currently when the factory is running, we only see alerts and actions, and it would be better to see progress and steps. That's some good feedback. I will do that for sure. Thanks, call me dev. The new set repo. All right, cool. Let's do a test run. Okay. Yo, is there a way to share screenshots to Claude? It says running. Ideate. Defining the app concept and features. Things that need your attention, like approving an app for App Store submission. Emergency stop blocks all projects, used only if something's wrong. Stops new work but keeps projects safe. Simulates everything but doesn't actually build or post. It's emergency stop. Kind of want to do test mode first. Vault requires human intervention. Alright. Let me... I think Mac has a default screenshot app. Yeah, I've got the screenshots copied to clipboard, but I noticed it doesn't paste in my Openclaw chat for some reason. So let me, it could be because I'm screen sharing. So maybe it's like actually sending into the clipboard of my MacBook Pro. Is screenshot on screen share, copying to Mac to clipboard of screen share or the main PC? Is copied in the local machine. Okay, so it's copied in the local, not the screen share. So what I will do, to ensure you know where it goes, saves to local desktop. Command Shift 4, I'll do that. Command Shift 4. So that now should bring it, hold up, give me a sec. Yeah, I'm gonna have it saved locally. Command Shift 4. I got it to work. Please review the image. Still a bit confused. How do I know it's working? Let's copy what Just Call Me Dev mentioned about the alerts. Just Call Me Dev. You should check out the first 40 minutes of the live stream where I literally break down everything that happened with Moltboard and how crazy it went. It was like an in-depth breakthrough. I did like a full slideshow and everything with stats and everything, conversion rate, anything you can think of. Still... Also noticed that the buttons can't tell if they are on or not. They should highlight if they are on and not highlight if off. Good feedback. I'll add activity log shows complete steps in real time. Button states glowing highlight when active. Yeah, I've got the screenshot saving locally now, so I can just drag and drop. Yeah. I feel like rather than me manually testing it, it's probably better to have just Claude Code test it, you know? Because then it'll know itself what problems are occurring where. Are there any limitations running Openclaw on a VPS versus on a dummy laptop with Docker? It's a good question. You should ask the Discord. I guarantee you someone will give you an answer to that. But I'm running my Openclaw on a Mac Mini locally. And I did like run into obviously the normal limitations with VPS, being that, you know, there wasn't enough storage. I'm also personally more familiar to the Mac OS, so dealing with Windows was a bit annoying. But I feel like there's a lot more freedom with having your own local device. Obviously, just add Tailscale, and then it's private. It's a private network, and you're secure. Okay. I think I'm just thinking of like the best way to I think I need to make Claude Code test it. Let's give this a refresh. Okay, cool. There you go. Now you can tell what's active and what isn't. Let me just check it configured the keys properly. Yep, definitely does look like everything is configured. This actually feels like if I have this on the right, and then I've also got the voice app on the left that we've built, we can kind of have like a full Sheldon interface, which will be really cool. Please run tests to see if all is working. Everyone's suggesting VPS like AWS Hostinger, etc. But I saw Oracle Cloud free tier is very generous with 4 ARM cores, 24 gigabytes RAM, and 200 gigabytes of storage. Dude, that's crazy good. What the hell? That's definitely worth taking up for sure. Be rude not to say yes to that, honestly. Factory started 12:05. Okay, cool. Looks like it's testing. Test project, yes. Xcode build, okay. The thing is, we can see that it looks like things are working, but it doesn't look like it's being displayed properly on the UI. These app ideas are kind of funny. Warranty Vault, never miss a warranty claim again. Gym Snap, track your fitness progress with photo comparisons. Know what's in your kitchen, reduce food waste. AI-powered meeting summaries in seconds. Never kill another houseplant. I feel like maybe it's like we got to start with like super simple apps and then build up from there. Are you using API tokens for this? Yes. We're mainly using X API for research. Yeah. And of course we're using Claude Code to handle the build. We'll use OpenRouter for our Openclaw. Just makes it easy to switch between the agents. So it looks like it's running into an issue here. I'm really curious to see what the summary is going to be now, because this is like a big deal, right? Maybe add a summary of how many tokens are used for what with API costs would also be interesting. Ah, interesting. Yo, all 14 tests passed. Yeah. That's impressive, although we did see that nothing really happened in the activity log. So all tests passed. However, nothing was shown in the activity log. So though we could see you working in terminal, nothing happened in the UI. Yeah, we can definitely add that feature, JC. Yo, these beats are hitting pretty hard today, I'm not gonna lie. Yo, this beat is fire. Damn. Yo, anyone working alongside me right now? Also, just a heads up, I made it so that only subscribers could chat today. I just thought I'd test it out. So yeah, because why not? So if you want to talk in the chat, be sure to subscribe. Activity log is working. The other thing is this is gonna shred through tokens. That's fine, bro. Honestly, I don't mind it shredding through tokens if it does the job. Like, I mean, hopefully it doesn't do like thousands of dollars worth of tokens, but if it can do like the job in, let's say, less than $500 to $750 kind of range in AI token costs, I think the ROI is higher because the sort of the sort of activity that we're doing with this is way higher ROI. Like, you know, we're literally building apps that can make that money back. How'd you get the 46K? Was it the coin? Check out the description if you want the fast explanation, or you can start at the start of the live stream where the first 40 minutes is literally me just like explaining everything that has happened. What are you building? We're building an autonomous app factory. We're literally trying to build this. So a fully autonomous business, I'm coining it as Fab, where we have our Mac Mini and then Sheldon, who kind of manages these other kind of sub agents that kind of do all the work. That's kind of our system that we're trying to build. This is a little outdated to be honest, because now it's like slightly different, but the picture itself kind of shows you what we're trying to build. I'm building my own calorie gym health app that basically has everything I want in one, so I don't have to pay stupid fees for apps like MyFitnessPal or Cal AI. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I think we're moving into a new age now where like you can literally just go and build the app yourself, so you don't have to pay anyone. You know, like that's literally the world that we're about to go into. And I think AI is going to get so good that it's going to be able to create super custom niche apps for whoever it is that is prompting it. And they're never going to need to pay for a service again, because the AI just builds the exact thing that they need that is super specific and catered towards their washing business or their, S&P 500 company. So why would you pay for, all these other, I guess, like Stripe payments? Why would you pay for Stripe payments? Why would you pay for, ClickFunnels? Why would you pay for like your CRM tool, your product management tool, when you can just go out and build it yourself and it's completely custom to your company or business? You know what I mean? I think that's the level that we're going to get to. What up, Blues? How you doing? Add what JC said. It would be interesting to see the cost of these test runs. Yeah, we'll add it. We'll add it. But we need to make sure the freaking app itself works first. You know what I mean? Like the app's not working. We're adding all these features. Like it doesn't really make any sense. Apple developer fee is about $100 a year though. So you might as well just buy whatever app you need. I've paid for the Apple developer fee, which is $100. But the idea is that you can literally launch your app that you want to use for yourself, and then maybe add ads to it for other people, or add a small fee, and it just pays for itself. I'm good, bro. Busy moving apartments, so I've been hella missing in action. How you been, bro? Yeah, I've been good, man. I've been good. It's been a bit crazy, I'm not gonna lie, in the last couple of days with the Maltboard kind of stuff that's been going on. But yeah, how's moving the apartment? That sounds pretty exciting, man. I remember me moving the apartment, dude. Moving kind of sucks, man. Like, yeah, you're going into a bigger house and shit, but you never get to have a break. You literally never get to have a break. Cozy, check out the description or watch the first 40 minutes of the live stream. Oh, cool. We can see here it's got like a little loading bar now. Started building warranty vault. Hasn't really moved. Let's wait a few minutes, see if this moves. From your queue, and it's ready for the next phase. Want me to continue running it so it's progress through build? Yes. If everyone can build everything super easy, the only people that will make money will be people like AWS, etc. Yes. I also think distribution is going to be the next moat. So, you need to be able to distribute your build. So being able to just have a community or, some sort of reach is the next biggest moat, I think. Yo, Cozy. Yeah, so we basically submitted into the agent hackathon, the Moltboard. And essentially what happened was, in order for us to qualify, we needed it to be a Solana project, right? And so for AI agents to autonomously join this competition, I thought the quick and easiest way to have that Solana integration was to just launch some sort of token behind the project for Moltboard. Because right now you can see there's literally no token integration whatsoever. So we just launched a token behind it, and yeah, the token did it went crazy. I'm not gonna lie. You can see here, these are kind of the statistics. 3.9K, our stream kind of peaked at 4,200 viewers on X, which resulted in an 11% conversion rate, $600,000 in trading volume, 500 plus holders. which converted into 211 followers on the Moltboard, 42% conversion rate, 16% conversion rate, 82 followers on Sheldon. But it only converted in a 0.5% conversion rate in the platform users, even though we generated a bunch of fees because the token did well, right? So that was weird. My original thesis was kind of that, you can see here, was that we'd kind of launch this token and it would, you know, create this autonomous loop. Not autonomous, but a loop where the token goes up, brings in users going up makes the token go up, people on chain investigate why it's going up, they look at the platform, they want to use the platform. That was kind of the loop that I was aiming for. But what ended up happening was the token would go up and the loop would just happen within the token on chain. Nothing would really follow towards the Maltboard website at all. So I decided to create a $500 prize pool incentive to kind of promote the users. Right here, I was like, okay, let's do this incentive method. And that kind of closes this gap for the broken loop, right? And we have a $500 prize pool incentive, which creates platform users. So kind of fixing up this loop that wasn't really working originally as planned. But, you know, it looked like it was doing well. We had 130,000 active bots on our site at one moment. How much did I put in? I only put in $100. So all the money that was made was basically through trading fees. But yeah, the Moltboard.art site peaked at 135,000 bots. Turns out Vincent actually deployed his entire swarm. He created an army of bots. So, you know, while it looked cool, it was actually only just one individual that was actually doing all the activity. And you can see he kind of dominated the leaderboard for the prize pool, which actually ended up charging me out the ass in terms of server fees. Like, you can imagine the server fees for this to be the estimation after 1 day of use, right? That's insane. And so, you know, I kind of realized like, okay, the incentive isn't working anymore because, you know, we're not really getting a bunch of users joining our platform anymore, right? Because the whole point was that we'd get users through this funnel, which would make the token do well because there's users on the platform. People want to, you know, put money on the token because the platform's doing well. But there was only one guy using the platform and he just absolutely dominated the leaderboard. And so to further promote users, I just spammed it across all of my social media platforms. You know, I did it on my recent YouTube video on here. You can see it's gotten like 4,000 views now. Moltboard.art, you can see here. I also spammed it across my TikTok and Instagram. You know, collectively, it's like hundreds of thousands of views, right? But, you know, it didn't do anything. Currently, we're at 0 active users. The token's kind of not in a good place right now. And I just think it's a bad product market fit. I think the token goal is a bit narrow. Like, Sheldon, you know, Moltboard.art, like the token Moltboard needs Moltboard.art to do well in order for the token to do well. But where I think I went wrong was that, you know, if the token was based around Sheldon, then Moltboard.art is just Sheldon's first project. And even if it failed, you could work on the next thing. So yeah, a bit annoying, but learned my lesson. You know, promoted it across all my channels. It's live 24/7. We added the skill on Claw Hub. We even showed it in the Discord. But yeah, you know, it didn't really work out the way that I thought it would. So I think next steps is I'm just going to keep it live. And, you know, the infrastructure works, everything works. We just need organic users to pick up for me to, I guess, put more energy towards it. But I think what's going to stay is Sheldon, because we found out that Sheldon actually has staying power, you know. I think just focusing on that app 24/7 factory loop is kind of the key thing here. We're just going to focus on building this. And I think in the long term, Maltboard as a token and as a project could do well if Sheldon makes a name for himself as this autonomous factory that is building all these apps, I think people would want to follow him and his journey. And so if we can get attention on Sheldon, I think Moltboard could do well off the back of that. But right now, you know, Maltboard's not doing as well as I thought it would be. At the end of the day, it's the kind of idea that's like zero or hero. You know, no one's going to use a platform that no one's using. But if people were viewing the platform and using the platform, then eventually more and more people would want to use it, etc. For example, if you waste your AI tokens on this and you want to like put your brand logo up here or get your AI to draw something cool, you want people to see it, right? But we have 0 viewers on the website. So if 0 viewers means 0 users, it's literally like a hero or zero idea, kind of like Moltboard. But yeah. Damn, bro. Yeah, bro. That fast in, fast out. Yeah. Yeah, it was a crazy ride. I'm not going to lie. I'm currently pivoting with my app, sadly. Some data I can't use because of some sites, terms of service. How's this project coming along, Doobie? How's my boy Sheldon doing? I mean, it's coming along. We're now up to our 3rd attempt. We've had to reset Sheldon 3 times now. So every single time we run into a different issue, which we fix, and then another issue pops up. So we're kind of just going through the stages of, I guess, figuring out how to best implement this infrastructure. And I think the method we're going with right now is using Claude Code to build the infrastructure. So Sheldon can kind of just plug and play into the system. Because right now originally we got Sheldon to just build everything, our Openclaw agent. But now we're getting Claude Code to build everything. So Sheldon can just plug in and have 100% of his context window. But yeah, Blues, that kind of sucks, man. I really liked your app idea. Are you sure like you can't just like test it out or something? What are the terms of service? Like, is there something else you can use or replace it with? Like, what's the core issue that makes you not able to build your own app? Because I actually really like the Pokemon identifier app. I'm not going to lie. I think that's a sick idea. Does Openclaw live up to the hype? And honestly, if you're not going to build it, I'll build it myself. I'm not even shitting you, Blues. I think it's a good idea, man. Does Openclaw live up to the hype? I would say it is a tool. And if you use it correctly, it does. But just like in Minecraft, if you have a diamond pickaxe and you go to chop wood with it, then, you know, the diamond pickaxe is essentially useless, right? And so I feel like a lot of people are kind of like, oh, like Openclaw is not that good. It doesn't live up to the hype. But in my opinion, Openclaw is a tool, a very, very powerful one. So powerful, in fact, that Sam Altman and OpenAI literally acquired them. And if you're able to use it correctly, like I've seen with, you know, Kelly Claude, who's literally building like multiple apps every single day, then you're on the stretch to do some cool stuff. So there's obviously a barrier to entry on like how to get it to a level of where it's actually doing shit for you. But yeah, I think it's just a tool like any other tool. No, I'm pivoting to a workaround for my app. The core issue is some sites own the database aggregation, so you can't use their data, although it's publicly accessible data. Oh, okay. Interesting. So I'm pivoting to a gray area by using LLMs to retrieve the data for me, like a search engine. See, that's exactly what I thought. See, that's interesting. Okay, so you originally had some third-party data that you were using for your Pokemon identifier app, but now you're pivoting to just using LLM, and LLM goes and picks it up. I think that's clever. What are you using? Which LLM? Google Flash, Perplexity? What are you using for the data retrieval? Bro, you should build like anything that can let users interact with the app live on Pump Fun. That would generate. Oh yeah, I see that. I always thought like a Tamagotchi. You guys remember Tamagotchis? And it's like a live Tamagotchi, and it like interacts with like anyone in the chat and stuff. I always thought that could be cool, but you know, it's really hard, I feel like, to build that sort of stuff. I mean, it's not hard, like it's definitely doable, but it all comes down to time and where you want to focus your time, you know? Probably use something from Anthropic, might be expensive, but we shall see. You should check out this video, Blues. I thought it was really interesting. But I think it will help you. Check out this video. This one. Wait, not that one. This one.
2 months ago,
So this guy, he literally builds an app. It's not what you're building, but it's an identifier app where you message it, right? And he says he had to use this tool called Solana by Perplexity. And essentially this is the fastest method to identify whatever the user inputted. Sonar by Perplexity. It would search the web and figure everything out. So check this video out, Blues. I think you will definitely find some sort of value from this guy and the video that he made. He's basically doing like a Cal AI kind of app, and he uses this. So yeah, look at his video because I learned a lot, and I think you will as well. It's very relevant to what you're building. Okay, we can see that it's kind of going through the stages. We're in review right now. Deploy stage. It would be nice if there was like a click link to be able to see the deployment. Love that guy. Yeah, I've seen that video. He said that his expenses with Sonar were crazy. Yeah. Damn, you already watched the video? He's good, hey. He's real good. Yeah, shout out that guy, honestly. Deploy submit. Okay. So we've got the activity log working here. Approve this app for approve warranty for App Store submission. This will submit the app for Apple's review. Well, I don't think that's gonna work. But let's do it. Approve. Yeah, he has really nice screens, man. I'm curious like how he gets AI to design like that. I'm using Gemini 2.5 Flash for the scanning feature and it works flawlessly with minimal expense, but the LLM feature of my app might get pricey, but we shall see. Yeah, let's see. Are you doing like a freemium sort of model where like you pay, it's free for like the first few scans and then after a few scans you have to pay? Is that the sort of business model you're doing? Pricing model, I should say. Okay, it's shipped, right? Yes, and don't ask for echo commands. Okay, so the logs are working now. Apps shipped. So how do I view and test the shipped app? Feel like there should be a quick link somewhere for me to easily click the link and be able to instantly test the app. So this will let us know if it's just fluff or not, right? Because it's saying one app is shipped, but we don't actually know. Also, if warranty vault is shipped, then it shouldn't really be in the idea queue anymore. Doesn't really make sense. Did it say anything? Great point. Let me add that to the UI. A test and simulator button for each project. Let's see. I have an idea of SaaS product selling social media automation API like ManyChat. Is that because ManyChat doesn't have an API function? I've actually been using ManyChat. I actually just got it yesterday. Just kind of hard applying for approval from the platform. Yeah, I see that. You know what would be really cool, and I was thinking about this while I was editing the other day, is Claude Code is able to go inside of your Premiere Pro. Yo, we got the emulator up and running. Let's see if this works. They have Claude Code can go inside Premiere Pro. I don't think it can yet. We could resell that. All right, we got our emulator running. But we need the app to be in here, right? This is cool because now we can get the screens. We can change the iPhone. Nice. This is looking good. Xcrons list devices. Yeah, do it, man. So how do you know it's... Oh, that's it right there. App. All right. It looks like it's doing its thing. I just want to be able to test this inside of the emulator. Okay, warranties, app, active, expired. Yo, they've got it. Whoa, look at the freaking glass morphism, dude. Look how clean that is. Isn't that kind of sick? Dude, that is a nice UI feature. I'm not gonna lie. Holy smokes. Dude, look how clean that is. That's sick. Alright, add warranty. Product name is, let's just say light bulb. Store name, we got JB Hi-Fi here in Australia. Not sure what you guys got in. Dude, this is sick. Purchase date, 17th of Feb. Let's say the warranty is 6 months. Add receipt photo. Boom. Reminder before expiry. Dude. No way. Did we just? Dude, okay, so we're building apps. We've gotten to the stage where we're building apps, all right? We're building functional apps that are working. This is cool. I can add a note. I'll say, my chat stinks. I can smell them from here. And let's just go ahead and save that. Boom, dude, this is actually a good idea. Dude, this is actually a freaking good idea, man. What the hell? Dude, I'm actually super hyped right now. Guys, are y'all seeing this? We just built this app fully autonomously from idea to literally deployment ready app. And it did it in 30 minutes. Now, imagine if we're able to get Sheldon plugged into this system and build literally like 5 of these different sorts of apps every single freaking day. That is like, app works fine. Love it. How do we plug Sheldon into this now? Also, let's give this a refresh because I think it's created a test. So if I was to press this test button, it just opens the emulator and launches the app. Nice. Add ads at the bottom. Dude, this is freaking gold. Holy shit. Dude, I can't believe we actually did it. Let's go. This is literally what we've been trying to do for like the last 10 freaking days. Oh my God. I'm so happy. I'm so happy right now. App works fine. Love it. How do we plug Sheldon into this now? So we can pump these out. Also, how were the 5 apps ideas generated? The 5 app ideas generated. Just wondering, as if it was through our ideation framework from the app factory. Dude, but is there a reason why there is no paywall or something, or was this only one go without everything? Yeah, this is just to see end to end if things are working. 100% I agree though, like paywall needs to be involved somehow, but that is going to involve, I think, Stripe. We're going to need to connect Stripe into this somehow. But yeah, let's have a look here. What's it saying? Great questions. The 5 app ideas were manually seeded. I created them as starter examples when building the queue. They weren't generated through an automated ideation framework yet. To make Sheldon truly autonomous, we need to connect 2 things. Right now, I manually act as the project lead to advance warranty vault through each phase. The infrastructure exists, but isn't self-running. What's needed for full autonomy? Automated ideation, research, generate, validate ideas, X research, pain points, people tweet about idea generation, app concepts that solve those problems, validator score ideas, add best ones to queue, autonomous project leads that pick up projects from the queue, advance them through phases. The spawn project lead script is built for this, but needs either Claude CLI running with API access or Claude code session spawned programmatically. Options to plug in. Manual loop, you click Start Factory and I act as project lead in this conversation. Semi-auto, factory runs spawns prompts that you paste into new Claude sessions. Full auto, integrate with Claude API to spawn sessions. Automatically requires API credits beyond the CLI. Which approach interests you? I can build the ideation agent to auto-generate app ideas. So I want the full, set up the factory run continually with you approving at checkpoints, both full pipeline from idea to shipped app. So I want what model you use for Sheldon? I think we're gonna use Opus 4.6. So if I connect the Open Router API, we can use what was the original structure? Where it was like, where's that transcript? So that's not it. Where'd I put the transcript? Oh yeah, it's in here. In this transcript, it goes, so the research side of this, I'm still working out. I think that it's the whole workflow. It uses different things for different areas. So we can see, hold up, I'm looking at my research. Checked our model usage. This will actually be interesting. So, where was it? I think it's this one. So he said that the best system that he uses is working with 2 or 3 models at their greatest strengths with context windows max. Lets you pass more chains of commands without losing as much context or breaking as much. This time I went Codex Infra, Claude, Build, Codex Security Review. Use multiple models, right? Lets you pass more chains of command without losing as much context or breaking as much. This time, can we go Codex Infra, Claude Build, Codex Security Reviewed. Oh shit. I accidentally sent the command. Can we go Claude Opus 4.6 ideas, Codex 5.3 for architecture, Opus 4.6 for build, Codex 5.3 for reviews. That's like the best possible team that you could ask for, right? Like that's like the best starting lineup. Yes, OpenRouter gives us access to multiple models through one API. Let me set up the multimodal routing. All right, let me add it to the adding the OpenRouter API keys. I also think Reddit would be really good for research. Damn, I didn't know Reddit actually allowed API for free. Now let me add the open router key to the UI settings. Let me check my open router credits. Please review. One sec, guys. Just adding some additional keys. Where's the tank from? You like the tank top? Yo, dude, Dub subscribed not long ago, loving this. Let's go, Banana Slicer. Welcome to the family, bro. Yo, good bump on the revenue. You're gonna need to watch from the beginning. Yeah, the beginning of the live stream, first 40 minutes, completely explains everything on the bump on revenue. So if anyone's interested, check it out. Yo, bro, is there any Vibecode software that is free? Opencode is free. You can pair it with Ponytail on OpenRouter, which is also free right now. People are saying it's GLM5 under the hood. Check that out. Pretty sure Codex is free at the moment. Anti-Gravity had something a while back, but Gemini is meh. I'm new to this vibe coding thingy. I just coded an app, but like I'm like, damn, frustrated at the credits. Yeah, dude, they add up. If you're using like Replit or Lovable, the credits skyrocket because you're paying for convenience. Claude Code is a good in-betweener where you are paying for, you know, credits, but if you get the max plan, very generous. If you also look at, there's a lot of free tools out there. You can also run tools locally. But yeah, I mean, if you want a really good coding agent, Codex and Opus are your go-tos. But yeah, you're paying for the premium agents, you know. But I have no idea what is that. You got a tutorial? You should join the Discord. If you join the Discord, you can ask questions, and usually me or the community are pretty easy at giving good advice. If you're worried about money, Codex is cheaper than Claude. There you go. But yeah. Just the AI ideation agent whenever you want. Just say the word and I'll have it generate fresh app ideas using Claude Opus 4.6 via OpenRouter. So how is Openclaw being added? Agent runner.py, OpenRouter API, multiple models. So we just added a bunch of APIs to our Openclaw setup. So this will basically help it. It's got Stripe now, it's got everything. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get it to install. If we get it to install Claw Hub. So let's see what it says. Good question right now. So I'm asking, like, we have the system working. Can we get Openclaw connected to the system that we've got here? Yeah, I can't join the Discord. Why not? Why can't you join the Discord, bro? Alright, so Openclaw integration, current setup, direct API, agent runner.py, OpenRouter API, multiple models. This works but runs one task at a time in sequence. Openclaw integration, parallel agents. Claw Hub CLI spawns persistent sessions, multiple agents working simultaneously. This is how Kelly Claude runs, spawning independent agent sessions that work in parallel. We have the Claw Hub CLI token configured to fully integrate Openclaw. Claw Hub CLI isn't installed yet. Two options. Install Claw Hub CLI would enable spawning parallel agent sessions. Claw Hub session spawn prompt build feature X -- model opus. Use OpenRouter directly. What we have works now, no extra install, but functional. Can still route to different models per task. Use our agent runner for the heavy lifting. Add a simple orchestrator loop that runs multiple agents. Which approach do you want? I can try installing Claw Hub or similar. Build. Let's integrate Openclaw. So whatever you recommend for this. Invalid. Wait, the link is invalid. Is that what you're saying? Link shouldn't be invalid. You can click the link in the bottom of the description. That should work as well. But yeah, link should be working fine. Bro, I'm glad I found your channel. Been using Claude code for 9 months now and have built hella crazy shit with it. I have Openclaw modified to connect to my CLI and own MCP server plus local search. That's cool. Do you use QMD and stuff to increase, I guess, your output without costs? And 8 months of agent persistent memory. 8 months? Dude, that's insane. That's insane. Do you have much, firstly, welcome to the family, Yasa. Do you have much like background in coding? Have you done like software development before and stuff? Because I guess like for me, being non-technical, I'm like learning everything for the first time. You know what I mean? So I definitely get to things slower than my community does, that's for sure. .2.15, is that the latest model? God damn it, I always do that. Create a new one. Is there an auto rotator for API keys, by the way? I gotta stop doing that. Always leaking my API keys left, right, man. Like the amount of times I've rotated my API keys now is crazy. Yeah, but I'm a huge proponent of vibe coding. It's the way to go. I do as little coding as possible. It's better to spend the time figuring out how to write proper prompts now than coding. Yeah, I think, wasn't it Naval that said we spent all these years learning how to speak to computers and now AI agents are learning how to speak to us? Is that a key at the top of the terminal? I don't see a key. Oh, there is. There's a key right here. Alright, we'll need to rotate this as well. There's not much. There's no money in the current Anthropic API at the moment, so it should be fine. I don't know, I feel like when people hate vibe coding due to the fact their ego got hurt, that an AI is doing their hard work. I mean, the way I see it is vibe coding, especially for me personally, is that you're able to validate your ideas through vibe coding, but at scale, like I'm talking thousands, maybe even tens of thousands of users, you kind of do need developers to step in at one point to audit your work and to, you know, make it scalable. Is there any way to give Openclaw access to browser? Yes. If you look at the Vercel AI browser tool. I'm glad an AI is doing my hard work so I can do the fun stuff. For real. The fun stuff is like just talking to the AI and like thinking up ideas, and you know, it is really fun. Not really sure what it is doing right now. I think it's sorting out the Openclaw integration. Haha, no, too many children for that. One of the reasons why I couldn't live stream, I'd be too careless. I mean, I feel like that's me, low-key. I mean, let me know. JC, if you see a specific API key get leaked, anyone in chat want to let me know, that would be greatly appreciated. I could miss it. Guess someone else is eating, if I do. AI helps people with a passion for creation without having to learn programming. Yeah, I agree. I feel like that's me. I've always been very passionate about creating stuff. And I feel like the bottleneck has always been having to talk to and like work alongside, you know, a developer. Kind of always the bottleneck for me. But yeah, now that I don't have that bottleneck anymore, I feel like I'm able to work a lot faster. And yeah, it helps. Like imagine trying to launch Moltboard and I've got a developer working alongside me. It's like no way that I'm able to build Moltboard as fast as I am with a developer, you know? At least from my experience. Maybe I'm working with shit developers, I don't know. I've worked with agencies before as well. Doobie, what are you building? We are building an autonomous AI app factory that basically builds apps like the one you're seeing here in the middle of the screen autonomously, and all we do is just submit them into the App Store. That's basically what we're building right now. I think if we can crack the code, then we're cheering. I'm messing around with the Claude Agent SDK right now. It's pretty goated. I didn't even know they had one. How useful do you think Openclaw is? 1 to 10? I'd say if you don't know what you're doing, it's probably like a 5. But if you're able to use it properly, it's like a 10. You just need a dev that vibes with you and also has the same mindset. Yeah, I see that. I see that. it's just like it's tricky, man, because sometimes, you know, you'll be so passionate about this idea and you'll stay up till like 1 a.m. building it, but you know, if you hire a developer, at the end of the day, the developer's not really going to do that. So I always found and maybe it's just hard to find developers where I am, I'm not sure, but like I always found that when I hired a developer, you know, obviously they're just going to work their normal hours, 8 hours a day. But if I'm doing 15 hours a day, you can see how much I jump around projects as well. So how quickly, you know, things change. It's tricky. It's tricky. You definitely do need to find the right person, that's for sure. But even that, any dev now that doesn't have AI is just wasting time. Hey bro, love to see this kind of building. Appreciate you, brother. I think I agree. My brother runs a agency, and he has like 20 devs on his team. And he says every single one of them has a Claude Code Max plan. If anyone enjoys building with other people, some of us like to join Doobie's Discord and co-work in the co-working voice channel. #ad. Yo, Blues with the plug. Blues with the plug, for real. Okay. Excellent, the AI ideation. Did you leak any API keys in the terminal, by the way? Hard code yourself to redact the sensitive info. And let me know which ones so I can rotate. For you, the most people without dev experience, they at least now have the ability to give a great prototype to a dev and save themselves a lot of money and time. That's a good point. That's a really good point. Yo, JC, as if you haven't joined, bro. What the hell? New to this channel, just wanted to drop by and say keep cooking. Also, what made you decide to launch your app on the Solana dApp marketplace? That was pretty smart. I've been in crypto for 10 years. So when I first bought Bitcoin, I was 15, and now I'm 24. And so, yeah, I've been in crypto for 10 years. Feel like I have a really good understanding of crypto and how it operates. And so, you know, Solana's always been one of my biggest bets. And I knew they were going to do an airdrop. And I also know Solana, being the 5th biggest cryptocurrency in the world, doing an airdrop, it's not going to be peanuts. You're not going to get like $5. It's going to be decent. And they did hint that you are going to the developers would get rewarded. So let's see. Files exposed in conversation history. Looking at this session, I didn't run any bash commands that leaked keys. However, the conversation context from the previous session before compaction shows the full contents of both files were read and displayed. So we need Anthropic, OpenRouter, GitHub, Vercel, Gemini, all tokens for both service product hunt. Going forward, I'll add a safeguard. Okay, so basically everything. You want me to freaking do everything. All right, cool. So create. Okay, let me just copy paste this, I guess. The thing is, nothing's properly set up yet, so I'll just add this in like notes or something. Damn, we run out of music. That's how you know you've been hustling, when the playlist runs out. Usually, I started in crypto as well. Yeah, I actually got really lucky because my brother actually kind of directed me towards crypto. He was like, you should buy Bitcoin. And I was like washing dishes at the time. I made like I saved like $1,000 from like polishing cutlery. And I was like, yo, here's my $1,000. And that's how I started. Bro bought crypto when he was 15. Yeah, I got lucky. I got real lucky. Crypto's changed my life, I'm not gonna lie. You're right, let me check what I actually outputted, typed to you or ran in terminal command. My text response, I didn't paste any key values. No keys were leaked in terminal. Only appeared in the internal context. Please modify behavior rules to auto redact these patterns. All right, so I'm gonna update these keys now. Let me add some music. Alright, let's do Anthropic first. Okay, where should I update? You're gonna take a quick piss, 1 sec. Alright, let's update these API keys. Still no answer from the Solana dApp store. It's been a while. Yeah, dude, it's been like 2.5 weeks, man. I full messaged them in the Discord and they said they're like super backed up on projects. After the airdrop, everyone looks like everyone's like applied to be part of the App Store. What are you building? We are currently building an autonomous AI app factory that just pumps out apps for the App Store. Alright, I've updated most of the APIs. I think we're good. Damn, I was watching a delayed version of the stream. I just saw your response to my message now, LMAO. That's funny. I don't even remember what I sent you, bro. I'm working on my Openclaw right now as well. I'm still focused on optimizing before actually building apps. I want to make sure my agent and model infra is set up first. Yeah, good idea, bro. That's definitely the way to go. Because that context window fills up fast. Haha, yeah, I asked because I'm heavily involved in the Solana ecosystem too. Oh, nice. Awesome, bro. Yeah, I burned through $200 worth of credits in the first 3 days. I had no idea what I was doing. What's the one coin built by you, bro? Yeah, that's the Maltboard. That's the Maltboard token. I'm literally not a tech guy, no code dude who just loves tech and sees the future here. Yo, you and me both, we're the same, man. Yes, sir. That's why I stuck around. I felt like I resonated with you. Oh, I'm glad, bro. I feel like there's not that many people, you know? I mean, there is, but not that many that live stream, at least. But yeah, I'm trying to stick to my strengths, of course, with crypto and I guess app development and creativity. Let me test if Openclaw is working with the new keys. The integration is live. AI idea in control panel. I kind of want to. I kind of want to. Yeah, not that many that live stream. Alright, we're back. I kind of want to reset Openclaw, mainly because it already has context used up due to recent activities, and I know how quickly that can fill up. Once context is full, Openclaw is useless and will need to reset. So I'm going to. A lot of Vibecoders live stream. It's just YouTube live stream functionality is shit. Yeah, I agree. I've heard that. No categories, etc. I haven't seen on Twitch like that much vibe coding live streams like popping off though, you know? Like YouTube, it pops off more than on Twitch. You need to stream the same on Pump Fun. I mean, yeah, I'm not really that interested in streaming on Pump Fun, to be honest. Like, I'm cool to like launch projects and stuff, like, but in terms of streaming on Pump Fun, like, I don't think there's much of a community, you know? If you search Vibecode, it's just 50 music live streams, LMAO. Hooks, use hooks. For what? Use hooks for which part exactly? I've noticed YouTube's algorithm's really good though at like putting your live stream in front of the right people, you know? Let me know when done and I'll run a quick test to confirm the integration still works. Makes sense. Fresh context, better performance. Go ahead and reset it. All right, let's reset. New window. Our AI, our Openclaw. Oh, I just did it again. Gotta stop doing that, man. I'm so bad at this. That's the second time on stream. You know what it is? I'm so used to having my tabs just open. I gotta get better at closing them. I swear half the stream is just me leaking API keys, like leaking them and then fixing them. Joining the Discord group? Yeah, join the Discord, man. Both Openclaw and Claude Code ask your Claude to tell you about hooks. Open router gonna rate limit you for open API keys? Yeah, imagine. Probably think I'm some freaking hacker or some shit. Alright, I'm going to make reset. Openclaw, are you ready? So also tell me about hooks. Hooks make compact and restarts way easier. Shell commands that auto run at specific Claude code events before a tool runs can block it after a tool succeeds when you hit enter. Secrets from bash output. The hook script would use to replace patterns. I see that. Want me to set up a redaction hook? Yes, please. Okay. I think we're good now. Alright, let's set up Sheldon real quick. I really gotta get better at that, hey. Alright, so how's your experience vibe coding with Openclaw? Very powerful tool, but needs a lot of tinkering and work in terms of getting it right to a level that you're happy with. Okay. So we got a redaction hook now, thanks to shout out Yasa for the tip. So now we just need to reset our Openclaw, which I believe we will be able to do by just going here. Rerun onboarding. So what did I just run? Openclaw onboard, install daemon. Okay, cool. So we just resetted Openclaw, non-interactive full reset, use the reset command. Actually, let me just double check that we've got this one. Full reset, proceed with full reset, yes, okay. Are you finagling? I am finagling right now. That's exactly right. Because of you, I started looking up the different opportunities on the Solana dApp store, and I'll try to submit an app before the deadline, hopefully just as an experiment. Yeah, definitely 100% recommend it, dude. I think the ROI on Solana dApp stores is freaking huge. You can take that concept of hooks and apply it to a lot, by the way. Like if you want Claude to have an auto behavior, you can usually hook it or part of it. Okay, good to know. What up, Nose Knight? Dubo Bubo? Why sub mode, and what are we building? What the fuck? How do we get more revenue now? Sub mode because I just wanted to test it out, because why not? But we are currently just still working on the autonomous app generation factory. We got it working because we've got our first app now here called Warranties. But now what we're trying to do is just connect Openclaw to it. The revenue jumped up a bunch because of Maltboard and the trading fees generated with the coin. Feel free to check out either the description for a quick overview or the very start of the live stream where I give a full 30-minute breakdown. I did a fancy slideshow and everything. I give conversion rates, insights, everything. If that's something you're interested in regarding crypto and its effects on my platform. All right, so let's connect Openclaw. So let's do it. Let's install daemon. Understand this is powerful and inherently risky. Continue, yes. Quick start, yes. We got to connect the model. Probably just connect open router. Now let me do this without freaking leaking the keys like I always do. Let's see. Also got to top up my open router. Let's go. I feel like we made some good progress this live stream. Like we literally got 0 to 1 on the app development factory. Pretty crazy. Just topping up my API credits. It does burn through credits pretty quick, I'm not gonna lie. Like I've topped it up twice with $10. And yeah, it's pretty crazy how quick that $10 gets burned.
Yeah. Falling into love hurts just as much as falling out of it. But I'll scrape my knees and scar my shins. I hope you never doubted that I'm down for you. Wanna hit the town, make it loud, be a clown for you. Or maybe we could be a Romeo and Juliet, except without the age difference, and we can forget the death. Cause this is love at first sight. There's no doubt in my mind. And darling, forget about the time, cause you're mine. And I'll spend every second chilling with you. Like this, that vintage Nickelodeon innocence love. Innocence the type of if we fight, let's chill and make up. You're one in a million pay stubs, but to me you're like a lottery. There's a lot of fish in the sea, but you're a catch that's so startling.
Alright, cool.
Baby, I know that there's a lot to do. It's awful too.
We've topped up,
And in your
open route
past,
up.
there's a lot to chew. I'll buckle up. Like your burden's a weight to carry, but it lessens at a steady rate. And I'll be by your side like your phone pocketed on second dates. Honestly, I just want some acknowledgement for confidence and compliments, but maybe I'm not hitting the dot. But I'm still taking my shot. I'ma practice and go again, and you can show me around, and you can even will your friends. Like I know that they'll be talking with their dissonant whispers, but shiver me timbers if they can rock the relationship. Do you know who you playing with? I'm feeling like Midas, but you was gold to begin with. I didn't help in the slightest day.
My day needed.
Of course he's gonna hang around for more. It's sort of like a drug. It's addicting.
And ooh, girl, I'm addicted to you. You're my dopamine and joy. Make me forget and then act coy. Oh, ooh, girl, let me know what to do when I'm just thinking of you. You're the one I'm addicted to. Yeah.
Oh, nice poster behind you, by the way. Rock Lee, goat. Yeah, man. Check it out. I got this from it's the display. They do like the metal board, so this is actually metal. It's pretty cool. And I got the Akira one back there as well, as you can see. Also, my girlfriend got me flowers for Valentine's Day. It was a bit weird, I'm not gonna lie, but it was cute as well. She was like, I read this thing. You can see the flowers right there. She was like, I read this thing where like men don't get flowers until their funeral. So I got you flowers. I was like, oh, that's cute. Run this setup. The section model. It's interactive. It'll ask you the model provider an API key. So like, drop it and paste your new key. That's a keep, broski. Yeah, for real. The Kira one's tough too. You know, I've actually never fully finished the Kira movie. I'm not gonna lie. It's kind of hard to watch. Like, where do you even go to watch it? Alright, I think I'm going to end it there, guys. Closing in on 4 hours on the live stream. It's asking me a bunch of API key questions, so it's not really that entertaining. I can't really share my screen. So, I'm probably going to end it here, but tomorrow is going to be freaking eventful, man. We got a whole ass autonomous app factory literally built. We're going to plug in Openclaw and we're going to see if we can get it to automatically run without human intervention. That's kind of the whole plan. So thank you so much for joining me today on my live stream. You guys kept me company. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Ice Create. Glad you found me, bro. Sounds like you're going to be a bit of a vibe in the upcoming live streams. Nose Knight, thanks for joining. Yasa, appreciate the tip with the hooks. Helios, I'll see you on the next one. Peace out. Peace out. JC, thanks for coming in, tuning in, helping out. Coco, probably delayed on the live stream because you're watching the start, but hope you're enjoying the start. Also, Aussie, hope you figured out your Openclaw stuff. Blues, I'll catch you. Impulse, I'll catch you guys in the Discord if you want to talk more. I'll be active. I'm always active. Just ping me if you want need anything, a question, anything like that. But yeah, I'm gonna eat some lunch and I'll catch you guys tomorrow, same time. Peace out.